Okay, it's recording. We're recording.
Hey, good afternoon. We have a quorum of the Land Use Review Board, and I would like to call this meeting to order. My name is Janet Hurley. I'm the chair. Kirsten Sullivan, a member.
Sarah Had, member. Brooke Dingledine, member.
Member Alex Weinhagen is on his way up from the parking lot. The first item on our agenda is a discussion of appeals enforcement and attorney-client memoranda. Do I have a motion on this?
I would like to make a motion to enter executive session, the purpose of which relates to pending and probable appeals and enforcement actions, and to have confidential attorney-client communications on these matters. I move that we found that premature public knowledge of these matters would place the board at a substantial disadvantage, and the board enter executive session.
I'll second it. Okay, all those in favor, is there any discussion on that motion? No. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous. We will enter into executive session and we will return on the conclusion of the executive session to resume our public meeting.
Oh, it's just around the corner here. In the front, people over there.
Yep. That's okay. We have a couple of things before. We're live now? Okay, so the board has returned from executive session. We've discussed a few ongoing appeal cases. Well, actually, some of the board may have taken a little bathroom break. So maybe, can I ask if anyone has public comments on non-agenda items that they would like to raise at this point?
Yes, indeed. Hello, I'm Thomas Weiss, resident of Montpelier. And, as you're aware, you as the founding members of the Land Use Review Board are on the receiving end of policies and conditions that precede you. Unfortunately, here is another one of them. Act 250 permits are supposed to last in perpetuity. Recently, I was looking for documents on a particular project. And those documents are needed to resolve a legal issue. I found that many of the relevant documents on the Act 250 database.
Sorry, Thomas, there was noise back here.
Anyway, I found that many of the relevant documents that were needed to resolve the legal issue have been removed from the Act 250 database about within the last year. Documents that were removed include the final permit and many of the exhibits that went into making the final document. That is one case that I was well involved with, and I've been tracking the database over the years, and I was stunned to find that the final permit was missing. And the documents need to be found and returned somehow so that they can be part of the record. And I have no idea how many other projects have also lost critical documents. This is one I happen to check because I've been involved with it over the years, and I know the documents that used to be there. So.
Can I ask, did you check with district staff? Find out if they
I
could
did
help you
not,
find
I
them?
just found out
Okay.
Sunday.
Okay, thanks.
Uh,
And can you share the case number or the permit number or something with us?
IW 1017-1.
IW 1017-1. Get that, Brooke?
Got it.
Okay.
They've got the documents up until 2009 under that one. And it was appealed, went to court, came back from court, and there were two more permits that were issued subsequent to that. And so those two final permits are the ones that are missing.
Okay. We'll see what we can do to help you find them.
And the rest of the public too, please.
Yes.
And Thomas, were those other dash permit numbers or to your knowledge? Those
There were dash 2s and 3s that were there, but I've been tracking them only to the extent that what happens in them is partly determined by the dash 1 permit.
Any other public comment for the board on non-agenda items? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any agenda updates from board members or staff?
Yes, just a second. Just want to let you know in terms of the agencies that are available. Just in terms of the order, we're looking at AFM at 115, 145 for ACCP, and then 215 for beach pensions and 245 for ANR.
Okay,
It's a little different than the published agenda.
okay, thanks. And that's it for agenda. Let's move on to consent agenda. We can review and approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve so we can talk about them.
Okay. Discussion on the February 10 minutes.
I think we need a second.
Yeah.
We got
Yes.
it.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, Kirsten.
So on, page 2, under agenda item C, Kate McCarthy is CCRPC, senior planner. Just to be clear, you have after, each one.
It makes it look like she's, Addison County instead.
Or NRPC. Right.
PCRPC.
Yeah,
And then under E, that last sentence, Lieutenant Smith provided feedback just to clarify on the regional planning process. And strike out at the town level at the end. And on the last page, the motion right before adjournment, I think it should be and proceed to resolution as opposed to procedure to resolution.
any other comments, corrections, or questions about the minutes?
I have a couple of minor typos. So Brooke, on page 1, just name spellings. Irene Renner her last name starts with a W, like mine. And,
I'm not looking at the actual minutes as you're telling me this. WRENN,
sorry, yep. Sylvia Jensen, one of our district commissioners, you had her last name spelled with an O, it's spelled with an E, so JENSEN.
Okay.
And Catherine Dimitrick, the Northwest Regional Planning Commissioner, Commission Executive Director, her last name, it ends with a U, so it's DIMITRUK. And all of those folks are referenced a couple of times, both in the who's present and then bottom of that first page, top of page 2, they say a few words, so. Very minor. And then,
and let me just make sure, DIMITRUK.
correct. Yep. And then this is just slightly more substantive. Page 2, second paragraph. The minutes say that District Coordinator Monahan commented about keeping the two district coordinators. This was Stephanie Monahan's suggestion about how important it was to hold on to those 2 coordinators. I would suggest adding the word roving so that it read keeping 2 roving district coordinators.
Or the limited,
Service.
limited
ARPA funding,
service, yeah.
Be specific.
Yeah, that I'm fine with that too, with more specificity.
Limited service,
ARPA.
ARPA.
Okay. You got all those for, okay, so we have a motion and a second and discussion. Do we want a new motion?
I guess I'll just update my motion to approve as revised.
Okay, thank you.
And again, second to approve as revised.
Okay. So, all those in favor of approving the minutes as motion corrected?
Aye.
5 members saying aye. No opposed? No abstentions. Okay. Well, what time is it? Are we ready for our first 3 minutes early?
Sure.
Okay. So just the LURB wanted to interact with staffers from the various agencies that interact with the Act 250 process, and we welcome you. I'm Janet Hurley, new chair.
Kirsten Sullivan.
Alex Whitehagen.
Sarah Hutt.
For Fingerling.
Great. I'm Ryan Patch with the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. I'm going to be kicking us off with review of agricultural land use in the state of Vermont. And then I'm joined with colleagues Ari Rockland Miller and Steve Collier, who will introduce themselves, and they'll share some additional information about the programs, and we'll keep this to 30 minutes.
Great, thanks.
Thank
Or
you.
less.
Or
Or
less.
We actually have 2 extra minutes.
See if we can pass that on to the next
Yeah.
folks. Right, let's get situated. All right, seeing a slideshow. Great. Agricultural land use in Act 250, I guess I should have put the word Vermont in there. Vermont's agricultural land use in Act 250 would be more accurate. As I like to start off these presentations, like to take a look at the current distribution and composition of Vermont's landscape, about 6 million acres when you include water, 5.899 million when you're just looking at the terrestrial land area. About 80% of the state of Vermont, forested, wetland, other perennial vegetation, about 10 to 12% agriculture, 2% development, 4% water. Very forested, lots of working lands. This is 2016 land cover data set. We do not have a more updated land cover remote sensing data set at this time for Vermont, at least that I have access to. This is a photo of what Vermont looked like in the 1870s/1880s. This is the high water mark of Vermont agriculture and its usage of the landscape. Folks will notice up here at National Life, if you look over at the State House, that hillside is now nice and forested. It's a great park. It is no longer used for pasture as it was in this photograph. This is information that was taken from a 1968 land use report put out in Vermont. And from that 1880 time period, that photo I just shared with you, there were 35,000 farms in Vermont, and they covered 84% of Vermont's land. Very, very, very intensively used for agriculture. This 1968 report takes the trends that were ongoing at that time. The 68 report in many ways helped inform, as I understand it, the passage of Act 250 in 1970. But in 1968, they were predicting land use trends that have unfortunately come to fruition. They predicted both a continued decrease in the percent of land in farms in Vermont, as well as the number of farms. We're down to about 6,000 today from 35,000, and an increase in the size of farms, right? Economies of scale help with profitability under today's farming economy. And so this is the track of agriculture, of land used for growing food and crops in Vermont. This is inclusive of cropland, pasture, and woodland that is pasture. So every possible acre of land that's used, collection of maple sap notwithstanding, that's in the forest. We don't have good data on breaking out the share of Vermont agriculture's forests that are sugar bush versus otherwise. But starting with 84% of the land in Vermont being in farming in 1880, we know in 1925, just a little more than half of Vermont was in farming. In 1969, right before the start of Act 250, 21% of the state of Vermont was in farming. And then the most recent agricultural census, less than 10% of the state of Vermont was used for growing food and crops. The natural condition of Vermont's landscape tends to be that of forest. If you don't manage to keep land open, it will revert to forest pretty quickly. And that is using 2 different data sets here, both from USDA, one from the Forest Service, one from the National Ag Statistics Service. We can see that as agricultural land has decreased, forestry has been able to recover. One of the adages in agriculture today is as a farm goes out and it's incorporated into a larger farm, it is to farm the best and leave the rest. As economies of scale have taken over, equipment has gotten larger, Vermont's fields have stayed the same size or gotten smaller because of buffer widths, what have you. And so, the best soils are being farmed where possible, and very often as farm transitions to new ownership, the less productive or wetter soils are left to revert, which in some ways can account for this increase in forest land. Vermont farmers also manage a lot of forest land. This is Ag Census data. This is the first time in the modern census that farms in Vermont manage more forest than agricultural land. 550,000 acres of woodland, 540,000 acres of cropland and pasture. You see on this just kind of organization of different land uses and different data sources with different scales. This is all just an attempt to illustrate that as agriculture has decreased its share of the landscape, seeming every other major land use has made a recovery. We've seen an increase in both forestry and mapped wetlands, as well as an increase in total urban land in Vermont. Agriculture is the land use that is perennially in decline, unfortunately, in Vermont. And here is 3 examples of land use protection programs that Vermont incorporated beginning in the 1970s with Act 250, 1978 use value appraisal, 1987 the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, 3 approaches to protecting the working landscape as one of the goals of many of those programs. This is a look back and a look to today, beginning in 1969 with the census there. Taking roughly 50-year stretches of time, 49 years looking back to the 1920 census, about 53 years looking forward to 2022. And this is, 1969 is the year right before which Act 250 was stood up and the series of land use protection programs began to be rolled out in Vermont. And so when folks went to, that 1968 report documents some of the conversation around that, but as the conversation around policy and what to do, what did 50 years before that conversation look like? In 1920, there were 1.1 million acres of cropland. This little slide here is not inclusive of pasture land. That would be a separate analysis. So cropland from 1920 to 1969 lost about 300 or so thousand acres of cropland. To 2022, we're at about 436,000 acres of cropland based on the last census. This is a 27% loss of cropland from 1920 to 1969, about a 50%, 48% loss of cropland since Act 250 was formed to today. Agriculture is having a pretty serious adjustment as economy and many other factors stress the ag sector. As ag land decreases, as I mentioned, farm the best, leave the rest. One of those markers of what is a good soil for agriculture are those that the USDA categorizes as prime or statewide soils of agricultural importance. When you take our ag soils and you overlay human settlement patterns, so you take the impervious surface layer for Chittenden County, which includes the roads, infrastructure, and housing, and you intersect that with the prime and statewide layers, close to 70% of all the built environment in Chittenden County is built on prime or statewide map soils. Humans like these soils because they're high and dry and not wet. They're good for building basements. They're good for growing crops. And but you can really only do one at a time. These prime soils, these rated prime and statewide soils are finite. Only 4% of Vermont is prime soil. 18% or so is statewide soil. So we got about 22%, fifth of Vermont's land base, that is a prime or statewide soil. The rest of it is very steep, shallow depth of bedrock, or a wet soil, which is not conducive to many human activities, farming as well. These, what I have here are examples of soil fact sheets where we can begin to just dig into very briefly the details around these prime and statewide soils and why they are so valuable to agriculture, right? This is a Agawam fine sandy loam. It's a prime rating. We know that based on the USDA estimates, you could get about 24 tons of corn silage to the acre if you were to grow food and crops on the soil. It also is rated to have no limit for dwellings with basements, right? Both the soils we need for food and for easy construction very often are co-associated. As soils get worse, this is worse from the perspective of agricultural productivity, still a beautiful soil. This is a Buckland stony loam. It's a statewide soil. We'll see that as soils become rated less highly, they get less productive. So it's a decrease of 4 tons per acre when we go from the Agawam fine sandy loam down to Buckland. And yes, dwellings with basements are very limited even in this statewide soil. Moving on to, here we go. Cabot stony loam, right? This is not rated as prime or statewide. It's really only good for hay, still limited to the basement. And then this is a Buckland very stony loam, really only good for pasture, also very limited for basements. And so this rating of prime and statewide soils is, as Ari will talk about, one of the parts of the review that the agency conducts for criteria 9B. But I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of some of the reasons why, which is that the physical composition of the soils and make it more conducive for growing crops or not. And that's why and how it's rated. Reading one of the kind of questions posed to those that are presenting today is, from Act 181 of 2024, what are some things to think about? There is a Tier 2 area report in which a review of the effectiveness of mitigation of impacts of primary agricultural soils and making recommendations for how to improve protections for this natural resource. And so folks from the Agency of Ag here are more than happy to engage in this, provide what information the board may need, but we see this as an important assessment, and agricultural soils and agriculture's land use is a very important consideration for the state of Vermont to keep in the forefront as folks begin to plan for a climate resilient future. A climate resilient future is something that we have to envision, because what we have today is a lot of vulnerability to climate disaster. These are photographs of some of the impacts to agriculture from the flooding of 2023 and 2024. We are going the wrong direction. Apologies. Here we go. Here's another photograph. Folks will remember the 1880 photograph, and that hillside was completely denuded for pasture. And what we have here is a hillside that is fully forested. More density of development, lots of forest from this vantage point, and small little patches of agriculture. But our rivers and their proximity to our built environment is something that is going to take a significant amount of discussion and planning, and for which agriculture is right in that floodway. We know that from the flooding, all types of operations can be affected by this flooding, all sizes of farms, very significant economic impacts, negative cash flow coming up very quickly from folks that were flooded in 2023. And we know that federal crop insurance is not designed for Vermont size and scale of farms, and 70% of Vermont farmers have no crop insurance. This leads to a significant amount of damage, $45 million of damage for agricultural producers. And between all of the state and nonprofit relief opportunities that the state was able to stand up and nonprofits were able to bring forward, not able to make farms whole. They are vulnerable to disaster, and recovery funds are not sufficient to make farms whole. We know that climate risks are going to come in many different forms. Extreme rain is likely to be the one that Vermont is going to face most often. Sea level rise is not something we would anticipate to really be a problem unless we get to another ice age. However, as we look and zoom out a little bit from Vermont to New England, we will see that sea level rise is very much going to be front and center on the minds of many folks in New England, and the majority of people in New England live within or adjacent to those coastal areas. So population density, climate disturbance, this is a U.S. Climate Vulnerability Index, Texas A&M works on. Vermont has some of the lowest vulnerability, ranks 44 out of 51 states and districts in the U.S. Over here is kind of Vermont as a relatively non-impacted state compared to the Northeast, and then certainly the rest of the country. It's pretty well known that Vermont is going to be a place to weather some of those climate impacts without fully taking into account some of the climate migration issues that may present themselves. The American Farmland Trust predicts between 40 to 60,000 acres of land will be developed by 2040 for residential development throughout the state of Vermont, and that will be a transformation from farmland to developed lands. To bring another kind of zoom out from Vermont to New England to the nation, right? We know that food is grown in many parts of the state that are not the Northeast, and we know that these areas of the state are either going to be on fire, without water, or deal with heat that is too great for many crops to grow during times of the year, whereas the Northeast is a place that's going to have sufficient, maybe perhaps too much rainfall at times, but is going to become much more important for the production and distribution of food for the region to be able to have a safe and secure food supply. One project I think the board would be helpful to be aware of is a 30 by 30 goal that comes from the New England Food System Planner Network. And what their 30 by 30 goal is trying to figure out, could the 6 New England states meet a goal of supplying 30% of the region's food by 2030? We know the best possible estimate of all food produced in New England is about 21%. So that's all marine fisheries, inland food production, 21%. To go from 21% of the food, of all the food grown in Vermont, to get to food being grown in Vermont to serve 30%, we would have to double the size of Vermont agriculture. They say 590,000 new acres of cleared land are going to be required to go from 21 to 30%. Vermont only has 540,000 acres. Now, the report does not call on Vermont alone to do all this. Both Vermont and Maine are identified as the states that have the most ability in their current composition of their landscape to make those transitions. But this is every acre of cropland you see out there in Vermont, you'd have to double it, and then we'd only go from 21 to 30. A lot of work there. We know farmers are engaged very much in this topic of soil health. Soil health is the topic in agriculture that enables us between sectors to talk about opportunities for improving the environment, protecting water quality, putting carbon in soils, producing food, relative productivity, right? Soils are a very important, mechanism through which farmers manipulate the soil to grow food and crops. 94% of farmers believe they have the knowledge and technical skill to enhance soil health on their farms, but only 58% have the financial capacity to do so. Right? It costs more money to farm in a way that stewards soil health than to produce as much food as possible from an acre. And Vermont farmers, whether it's through regulatory pressure or just a lot of good education, outreach, technical assistance about the ways in which managing for soil health can improve both the farm bottom line and environmental outcomes. And so returning to this land use trend, we know from 2016 to 2022, Vermont has lost 184 dairy farms, close to 10,000 dairy cows, and close to 73,000 acres of cropland. But during this time, right, Vermont farmers through State of Vermont Agency of Agriculture programs have implemented close to 500,000 acres of field practices, conservation practices that have a tangible benefit for the environment. The most popular example of those practices being cover crop, which is after the corn is harvested, they go in and they either broadcast or drill or spread and incorporate cover crop annual seeds that will grow and will have a nice green plant through the winter. It'll hold soil in place, prevent nutrients from running, will scavenge nitrogen, and will help improve the health of that soil when it's reincorporated next year. These 500,000 acres of conservation practices have resulted in 200,000 kilograms of phosphorus being sequestered on Vermont farmland and being prevented from running off into Vermont waters. 85,000 metric tons of carbon have also been sequestered in the soils from those same practices, right? Farmers have been contributed about 85% of the cleanup to Lake Champlain so far, and they have come mostly from the adoption of these conservation practices that also have a co-benefit for taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and storing it in the soil or storing it in the biomass of the woody buffers that many farms have. Okay, I'm going to pause there and pass it over to my colleague Ari here, who will talk a bit more about Act 250 Criteria 9B program and what the Agency of Agriculture's role in that is.
Thank you so much, Ryan. All right. Again, I'm Ari Rockland-Miller. I know some of you, but not all of you. So good to be here today. And my role with the agency is focused on review of projects under Act 250 Criteria 9B. So primary agricultural soils. So I'm going to give kind of just a quick overview of what that means and kind of what we do in our role in reviewing projects under Criterion 9B. So I think Ryan really explained really well the context and why this is important. I'm going to talk about a little more about our role in the Act 250 process. So the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets is the statutory party under Criterion 9B of Act 250, which means that for projects that where there's kind of map farmland and soils at stake, we have party status, and we participate in the process by filing review letters and kind of working with consultants and applicants either in the pre-application context or during the notice period to determine how many acres of primary agricultural soils. I'll talk more about what the definition of those soils is in a minute, but how many acres of primary agricultural soils are proposed to be impacted, and then whether the soils meet that definition or not. And we also reviewed the sufficiency of proposed on-site mitigation soils. So on-site mitigation is one of the ways that applicants can kind of address their impacts or mitigate their impacts to farmland. Then we also recommend permit conditions subject to approval by the district commission. So, as you know, the district environmental commissions ultimately issue those permit conditions and findings. And our review letter kind of speaks to the agency's position in the process and whether the soils meet the definition and the acreage of mitigation. So I should say that under Criterion 9B, I don't have a slide on this specifically, but the criterion itself, it's relatively long as far as the nuances of the criterion. But one important aspect is that if a project is going to result in a reduction in the agricultural potential of map farmland, then that reduction in the proposed potential of the farmland needs to be mitigated by the applicant in order to address that, to make sure that we're not having a net loss in farmland. So there are multipliers between 2 and 3, typically based on the agricultural value group of the soils. And Ryan gave a good overview of those NRCS agricultural value groups. But typically, agricultural value 1 is kind of the primest of the prime, the best of the best. And then all the way down to agricultural value group 7, which is a rating of the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. That's kind of the default presumption is the soils that meet the definition is ag value 1 to 7. There are factors such as pre-existing impacts that could result in soils not meeting the definition. There also are other factors that could result in soils meeting the definition, like being active agricultural use or recent agricultural use. So more on that in a minute, but I also wanted to point out that they're associated with Act 181, one kind of recent change to the section of statute that deals with mitigation of primary agricultural soils, which is in Title 10 and Section 6093. One change is there's now a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio as opposed to the standard 2-to-1 or up to 3-to-1 based on soil quality, 1-to-1 for wood product manufacturers, subject to the commission's findings as to whether something constitutes a wood product manufacturer. There also has been in statute for a while a 1-to-1 ratio for industrial parks as defined and permitted by Act 250. It's a little bit nuanced as far as it's got to meet the definition of being an industrial park, which typically means, and that's in Title 10, kind of Act 250 definitions, but no retail uses or commercial uses, I believe, essentially industrial uses. And then it's also has to be kind of permitted by Act 250 and as well as in existence as of 2006. So there's kind of a few nuances to the industrial park aspect, but that's a 1-to-1 ratio scenario to kind of for policy reasons and based on the statute in those areas. And then so I just wanted to kind of point that out. There also is a 1-to-1 ratio in what's called certain designated areas. And this has also kind of been in the statute for many years now. But those areas are historically have been defined as downtown development districts, growth centers, new town centers designated before 2014, and then neighborhood development areas associated with downtown development districts. So it gets a little bit complex, but essentially there are some areas where 1-to-1 ratio applies, but usually the majority of the state outside those areas, it's going to be between 2-to-1 and 3-to-1, again, to ensure we're not having a net loss in the potential of farmland and that we're actually mitigating the impacts when they do take place. I touched upon the definition a little bit, but essentially the presumption is that soils that are mapped by the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service as being prime, statewide, or locally important, those are presumed to meet the definition of PAS, as we call it, unless the commission determines the soil map unit, in this case, has lost its agricultural potential. And there are a few factors there for the commission to consider in that analysis. And of course, the most clear-cut one would be if the soils are already paved or there's a building on top of them. And then it gets a little more nuanced and kind of site-specific contexts. And then I mentioned prong B there, essentially says that even if the soils are not rated as being important by NRCS, the proof is kind of in the pudding. If the soils have been actively farmed in recent years, that regardless of the rating, subject to the commission's findings, they can meet the definition of PAS. So if it's farmland, then it's kind of typically meets the definition of it being farmed. So how do we determine how soils are mapped? Which is useful either if you're reviewing a project from my perspective with the agency, but also to a developer might want to understand are these soils rated? District commissioner might want to understand this, an attorney, an engineer, a farmer, obviously, all sorts of stakeholders might want to understand what soils are good for farming and kind of what's their value. So you can go on the ANR Atlas, the Natural Resources Atlas, and pull up the layers under the geology tab on the left side, and there's a layer for soils. It says prime agricultural, and prime is, like I said, the top tier of primary, so it can be confusing, but primary agricultural soils is kind of the broader term. prime is the best, then statewide, and then local is also important soils as well if they're locally designated. But here you have just an image of, I believe that's like South Burlington area, and just seeing kind of the way the development's played out in the landscape there. And here you then see the underlying soil mapping. So that, yeah, South Burlington, that screenshot there, you can see the vast majority of those soils there, at least as far as their underlying soil rating, are either statewide, which is kind of the pink color, or prime, which is the green color, or the purple is statewide B, which means a statewide, really important soil or the potential wetness limitation in certain contexts. And again, just to look back at kind of how the landscape looks, and you see the aerial view, there still is some farmland there, but also quite a bit of development and fragmentation. And but as Ryan said, the same soils that are great for farming are also in many cases well suited to development. So that's kind of the context of this work. This looks familiar. I think we're pretty much in that image right now, right? National Life, I believe I see there. So that is, Montpelier area, and just an example of here you don't have the color coding, but actually the NRCS Web Soil Survey contains very up-to-date information on the soils mapping and the map units and their agricultural value groups. So another important tool to use in this review process. And then just a couple more slides quickly that I mentioned ways that the impacts to development on farmland can be addressed either by off-site mitigation fees, which is the default within the certain designated areas as defined. So off-site mitigation I'll touch upon first, and then the second method is on-site mitigation, which is the default outside of designated areas. So the off-site mitigation consists of a fee deposited into the VHCB, Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, off-site mitigation fund for the purposes of preserving PAS of equal or greater value and emphasizing prime soil. So VHCB has a kind of a conservation priorities based on the number of factors, including the soil value and its farmability, and they leverage federal funds, state funds, local funds, along with these offsite mitigation funds from Act 250, which are critical to this to purchase permanent conservation easements on farmland. So that's kind of the offsite mitigation in a nutshell. And then I mentioned the default outside designated areas being on-site mitigation. So essentially setting aside soils on the project tract for present and future agricultural use. And we would kind of review a plan and work with the applicant to arrive at a suitable on-site mitigation plan that meets our kind of standard. There is a higher bar in the statute for on-site mitigation land, even compared to the already excellent soils that meet the definition of PAS. So PAS, or primary ag soils, are defined in a different part of statute from on-site mitigation. So the important distinction is on-site mitigation land needs to be capable of supporting an economic or commercial agricultural operation, at least in theory, whereas that language used to be part of the definition, but in 2014, the legislature removed the commercial viability test from the definition of PAS. So the definition of PAS is still excellent soils, but a little broader. So it's really focused on agricultural potential and the mapping. It does not need to be a commercially thriving farm to meet the definition. So the definition, we're looking at kind of the agricultural potential of that important resource. And the last thing I'll say is just that what if you are outside designated area, but for whatever reason, for planning reasons or design reasons, or just the shape of the land, you might not have soil for on-site mitigation. So are you unable to develop? It depends, but in many cases, an applicant can make a case that they have appropriate circumstances to enable the exercise of mitigation flexibility. So an applicant can ask the commission to find appropriate circumstances to use an offsite mitigation fee even outside those designated areas. So that can come up. You might see an applicant make that analysis to the commission. And I'll leave it at that. That's enough for Steve.
Well, my colleagues know me well enough to have wisely boxed me out with the timing.
I'll find our plan.
So thank you so much for having us. Steve Collier with the Agency of Agriculture. I'll just very quickly say, if I may, that I think the through line for all of this is that the one constant of land use from our perspective in Vermont is that we keep losing our agricultural land, and we're losing it precipitously. You know, Act 250, our understanding, was enacted in large part to protect agricultural land in 1970. Since that happened, our population has gone up by about half, and our harvested farmland has gone down by more than half. So that's a disconnect that isn't really stopping. And so it's something that we're constantly concerned about. And another, but the relationship, we think the relationship between the LURB and our agency and the other agencies that are involved are critically important, because farming is not viable in many ways and in limited circumstances in Vermont for many folks. And that's the principal driver for why we keep losing farming, because farmers can't afford to do it. They want to do it, but the land use pressures, the price of land, so many factors combine to make it not viable in Vermont for many, many people. And so farming is changing. And when Act 250 was passed, there were about 4,000 cow dairies. There's now 441. So Vermont has been successful at diversifying agriculture, but it has not been successful at making it something that's sustainable for farms. And so on the borders of the definition of farming, and farming is exempt from Act 250, there's some really important ways that farming, we believe, needs to be protected so that farmers can adapt to the changing circumstances so they can survive. So sorry for taking more time than we had, and thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. But do you have any suggestions for this board as to what might be done to reverse that trend, or?
So many, all of them though that are beyond our unilateral will to accomplish. And so, you know, many of them are legislatively driven, and many of them are compromises between a lot of divergent interests. So there are ways, and other states are ahead of us in some ways. We're ahead of other states in other ways, but Vermont is slipping toward New Hampshire, and I don't mean to berate New Hampshire but New Hampshire is really not much of a farming state anymore. I think the average income for a farmer in New Hampshire is something like $7,000 or $10,000. So there's farming in New Hampshire, but it's very small scale, and it's not adequate to support many farming. So New Hampshire doesn't have much farming left. And Maine and Vermont are really the only states in New England with a land base that's significant enough to have farming. So I think the overriding theme is that land, when it's ag land and it goes to something else, it's gone, and it's very unlikely that we're going to get it back. So there's so many things that this state works to protect, but agriculture seems to sometimes get lost in the discussion, and considering that it's how we grow our food. And not only that, but we think it shapes the character of Vermont. We think it probably deserves greater focus across the board.
Thank you, all three of you. We will keep in touch, and we do have regular meetings that Ari's part of on a weekly basis, and keep in touch with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And next is ACCD.
Yeah, and I just need to be given permission to share.
Yeah. Before you leave, if anyone, before anyone leaves, if you would write your name on this paper so that we have it correct in the minutes, that would be helpful.
I can prove.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one other question. When we look at the layer, the Primax soils layer on the A&R Atlas, and then you tell us the statistics about how much prime ag soils, does that take into account like every single place where it's determined at least on that layer that there might be prime ag soil? Or is it only focusing on like the parcels of land that would be large enough for farming?
So that's a great question, and Ryan or Ari might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but broadly speaking, the United States Department of Agriculture maps all the prime ag soils in Vermont. And then there are also some statewide soils that are separately can be mapped, but it includes all of them. There is a separate question of whether or not that mapped soil still has agricultural potential. And that is, in my judgment, fairly ambiguous standard that perhaps could use some bolstering. But there is a standard that is applied currently. It is all soils that are mapped are on there, but whether or not people argue that they no longer can be used for agriculture, given the scale of agriculture now, that we think maybe some of those arguments aren't as strong as they once were, because people can have a small flock of chickens or can have some sheep. There's a lot of smaller ways to have agriculture with value-added businesses that weren't really what was considered when most of farming in Vermont was dairy farms.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Is there any effort in your agency to map that with that in mind? Or to update the data?
Well, our current philosophy is to help the district commissions try to implement the law as it's written. We also have a similar role in Act 248 with the Public Utility Commission. We are under Ryan's tutelage. We've been trying to take a better look at whether or not soils have lost their agricultural potential, because it's not well defined in our view in legislation. So we are trying to take a more robust look at that. We're in the process of sort of developing that process. We want to get stakeholders involved because we would like some buy-in. We're not currently planning on making or suggesting legislative changes, but we may get there if we can't find a better way to protect it, because we do think, I mean, oftentimes on projects when a small amount of prime ag soil is even preserved, it's never going to be used. And so the beauty of offsite mitigation is you're actually conserving land that ideally is an active use. The on-site mitigation, it's great when it's actually being used for agriculture. And it's of course great that it keeps the potential for the future. But if it's just kind of set aside for conservation instead of actual active farming use, then at least in the short term, there isn't a real tangible benefit. So it's always that balance of what we really want is preserving farmland for the future, but also that it's being actively used in the present.
And we will keep talking to you, especially as we do the tier 2.
Yeah, thank you.
You ready?
I can kick it off.
Okay.
So hi, everybody. Fortunately, I already know a few of you pretty well. But I'm Alex. I'm the commissioner here at the Department of Housing and Community Development. And I have 2 of our divisions here walk through where you operationally will interact with us. But I'd say in terms of policy, there's a great deal of interaction beyond just the operational. So a couple quick slides on just the makeup of the department and who we are. We fit within ACCD. We're one of the 3 departments, so we work closely with our friends here in DED. It's nice that I can point because you came to us. DED is over here, economic development, and then tourism and marketing. And so we are the largest of those 3. And then I'll show you in this next slide, these are our 4 divisions. So housing is the obvious one, and then the 2 that you all will interact with the most are CP&R, community planning and revitalization. You're going to hear from Jacob and then Chris Cochran in a minute. And then historic preservation, the state historic preservation officer, Laura Treishman's right here. She's going to talk a bit. And then our VCDP program is federal granting program. So this is just for your benefit, so you can see who the management team is. But before I pass it off to our teams, I'll just say, I think there's going to be a lot on a policy basis where we can benefit from some engagement. You're going to have a study of appeals that we're a party to, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to take a nice broad look at that. I know the statute is fairly prescriptive about what aspect of the appeals process to look at. I think perhaps if our staff can support it, and if you're up for a broader look at appeals, could benefit the board and everybody. So we're more than happy to support that there, as well as future rulemaking. Be really eager to support your work. Okay, why don't I pass it off? Who do we have up first? We got Laura first. All right, we don't need to put them through reading the mission. That's fine. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Treishman, the State Historic Preservation Officer. I also know several of you from various different events we've been on. At the heart of what we do at the Division for Historic Preservation is to manage change of the places that shape us, whether that be your hometown or your favorite vacation spot. We all have these emotional bonds to places that give people the sense of stability needed in an ever-changing world. We work to support local, state, and federal governments. We have regulations that we follow at the state and federal level. We work with homeowners, business owners, municipalities, nonprofits, developers, architects, historical societies, anyone who calls us for questions about their history, buildings, and landscapes. This is a quick summary of all of the programs that we undertake. The ones that are highlighted at the top are the ones I wanted to point out related to your efforts. Anything that is eligible or listed in the state or national register of historic places or is a national historic landmark. There are 18 of those in Vermont right now. This is the highest level of landmark designation that you can get from the federal government. Certified local governments, presently there are 20 certified local governments. It's a certification the federal government gives to allow local municipalities to participate in any Section 106, which is federal regulation that affects historic resources. And we do have several applications pending. Downtown and village state tax credits and federal rehabilitation and investment tax credits, which are providing incentives for buildings to be reused, to change, to become viable for our communities. And then historic preservation, project review and compliance. So just a quick snapshot. The ones that I will point your attention to are the 4 rehabilitation investment tax credit projects that were completed last year. There are on average about 30 projects going each year with ideas and dreams of more projects totaling probably 40 a year that our team works on. Those 4 that were approved this year granted 1.08 million that leveraged 5.4 million and provided 18 housing units. So this is a really, really important program that we have with the federal government. It also enforces the highest level of preservation, but it's really worth it in a lot of cases. I will also point out that the Section 106, 22 VSA, and Act 250 and Section 248 completed 1,914 reviews this past year. That is on average what they're doing. It is easily 1,000 more than the state of California does. And we have a team of 4 people that are working on it. They could spend anywhere from 2 minutes to several years working on a project, depending on what it is. The project review team evaluates all projects that include federal funding, state involvement, Act 250 or Section 248 permitting, and anyone who seeks our expertise. Most of our work, as you can tell by the graph, is related to federal funding. In 2024, this made up 83% of our reviews. We work directly with federal agencies, which are charged with considering the impacts of their actions and funding on historic resources. Act 250 comprised just 8% of our work. Section 248, which is the Public Utilities Commission, was 5%. And 22 VSA, which is the Vermont State Historic Preservation Act, we devoted less than 4% of our effort. However, several projects are dipping their toe into several funds and permitting. So we often have double counts with some of our numbers. I really want to note that we do not, at the Division for Historic Preservation, provide permits. We do not have that authority. We provide recommendations, concurrence, and consultation to make projects happen.
We're gonna get like these.
So our project review team has 30 days to review a project. If on the 31 day you've not heard from us, you can proceed without our interaction whatsoever. We always welcome you to come to us and be like, hey, 29 days, do you have something? Or 31, I'll still take it, because we always have an opinion. But statutorily, it's 30 days. And this past year, we were at 96% completion on time in those 30 days. But I want to draw your attention to programmatic agreements. These are agreements that we've established at the state, local, federal levels. Some of these are national agreements. This could reduce our review time that we have. Some of them are down to 15 days. And also for VTrans in particular, we have 72 hours for emergency. If they notify us, we have 72 hours to review it, or they move on without us. Also, one nice carrot of programmatic agreements are an exempt list or a pre-approved solutions list. These do not require our review. We have already moved them off the list, and it doesn't matter what the building, what the landscape, we do not review those. Under Act 250, we comment to the District Commission as a statutory party in response to Criterion 8, which is historic sites. That's anything that is eligible or listed in the State Register of Historic Places. Now, if you're listed in the state and the National Register of Historic Places, you're automatically listed in the State Register of Historic Places. So just to be clear, it's not anything that's old or not anything that's over 50 years. It's something that has significance that can still show that integrity. So if Ethan Allen built it, that's the history. But if he doesn't recognize it today, it is no longer historic. We mitigate the impacts through our review. Can you change this a little bit? Can you move the project over slightly? And to the District Commission, we provide our recommendations with conditions, particularly with archaeology, to enable projects that can move forward and avoid those sensitive areas or the loss of elements that are important to our neighborhoods. In 2024, we reviewed 155 Act 250 permits, and we only commented on 21 of those. And what's really significant, if you remember nothing about today, remember that the Division for Historic Preservation does the preliminary reviews for the applicants. We do it for free. Sorry. That's the desk reviews. We go through the maps, the survey forms, photographs. We even conduct site visits for almost 90% of the Act 250 projects that we're commenting on. One thing that we actually got from the NRB, which we're really excited about, is what we call CHAMP, Cultural and Historic Architectural Archaeological Management Program. This is actually being designed by the same people that designed the NRB's Act 250 application. And we're really very excited because up till now, we've been doing it manually. And this application will let all applications come into one place, not anyone's email. It will monitor who's been assigned to it when the count of 30 days or anything less due to a programmatic agreement. And it will give the applicant all the information they need to see where we are in our reviews and coordinate with us. We hear the words like eyesore or dilapidated for underutilized vacant buildings. But what we see is our history and places that shaped our ancestors. But mostly we see opportunity, a building needing a chance to be a building, store, community center, office, home. Preservation is about managing change and helping ensure a smooth continuum between past, present, and future. It's ensuring the real needs and concerns of communities are addressed. We are the advocates for these buildings and neighborhoods and places because once a building is gone, it is lost forever. We do not advocate for reconstruction. These are the same buildings you saw in the previous slide. Historic preservation is a powerful development strategy. Rather than demolishing historic fabric, we look to harness it to grow the economy and meet the needs of Vermonters. Division for Historic Preservation does not stop projects from happening. Rather, we find ways to get to yes, asking for a conversation to think if something can be done differently, to include inherent and unmistakable character that an old building or landscape can convey, because it gives us a sense of place and shows our history. A reused building is the greenest effort we can make for Vermont. And it simply doesn't make sense to recycle cans and newspapers to save energy, but not recycle our buildings. Most buildings can be repaired and rehabilitated. One major misnomer about historic preservation is that we fight to save everything and hate change. But our role is to ensure character-defining features and the elements we recognize as part of a building or a community remain, so that we have that sense of place. We know where we belong. We know where we are. We know it's Vermont. To ensure a building is viable, in use, and is not demolished, we encourage good maintenance and applaud the right replacements when needed. Even with regular maintenance, all materials age and will fail. Plus, we live differently than our ancestors who constructed these buildings. So materials like siding, roofing, doors can be replaced if needed, and floor plans can be altered. And yes, windows can be replaced. But it's the material, the design, workmanship of the window, and any replacement material that matters. We want to ensure these replacement materials do not age quickly, that they serve the people living in these buildings and using them, that they will not fail faster than what was there. The 1875 windows at French Block in Montpelier did their work for nearly 150 years, and now we have new energy efficient windows that can serve us better, complement the design, and ensure the building remains occupied for decades to come. Buildings do not have one use. We review hundreds of plans to actively use or reuse buildings, especially those that are vacant or underutilized. In Rutland, a Catholic school that was vacant since 1957, which is just a few years after it was constructed, became 19 affordable housing units and a community space. The old Orange County Bank in Chelsea is now a restaurant with an apartment above. The single-family Julius Norton House in Bennington is now home to 7 families. The former Emerson DeWitt Warehouse in Brattleboro offers 15 housing units. There. The adaptive use, recycling of buildings spurs economic growth, nurtures businesses, creates jobs, reduces energy costs and environmental impacts. Communities can remake themselves through existing historic fabric, and the Division for Historic Preservation promotes and prioritizes building reuse. We are proactive in our stewardship of buildings and landscapes. Although not any 2 buildings are alike, especially due to the towns they were built, the neighborhoods where they are, and alterations done to them, we can provide general guidance, pick lists, code solutions, and pre-approved solutions and exempt lists. These include energy efficiency and weatherization, window replacement, material replacement, fire safety and code, and what's becoming even more essential is flood adaptation. It's better to preserve than restore. It's better to repair than restore. It's better to restore than construct. Historic preservation is not an enemy, working to stop projects or freeze time. There's a place for that in our museums and history books. What we need are happy buildings that can serve Vermonters. Historic preservation is a development strategy and a community tool. As Vermont goes forward with changes to our land use, historic preservation should be included as a tool and incentive to manage change, enable replacement, ensure recycling, and celebrate reuse, which is within the soul of all Vermonters. This is easily accomplished with pre-approved solutions for rehabilitation and repair, guidance of regular maintenance and energy issued, archaeological expectations, and is even more easily accomplished with the talents of the Division for Historic Preservation team. We're here and ready to help. Thank you.
Chair Hurley, did you want to pause and ask any questions before we?
I have one question. Can you talk just briefly about archaeology, mostly focused on building reuse? About archaeology and how your reviews play into an Act 250 permit?
Our reviews all include archaeology, so it's above grounds and below ground. We are looking for sensitive areas. We're looking for areas that have not been impacted. But impact, you have to remember, just because there's a parking lot on top of it doesn't mean there's not history below it. But usually when there's foundation or farming or roadways, all of those have been exempt from our reviews. So we're looking for the sensitive areas where things can be found. And we have a lot of different tools to help us identify those areas ahead of time, which is why we do the depth reviews.
Any other questions from the board? Or?
Similar, actually, you spoke about, we're not the enemy. I heard that several times, so, there's an attitude out there, obviously, you're trying to counter. And there was comments about, pre-approved solutions and all of that. But on the archaeological front, can you give me an example of a pre-approved solution? How does that work?
So with A&R, for example, and V-Trans, we have pre-approved lists, like anything that's related to the highway is already exempt. We're not reviewing anything that's related to any of the highways. Anything related to some of the trails, if it's already an existing trail and you're just upgrading that, that's fine. If you're going beyond it, making it much larger, we might be looking at that. We have things like tree harvesting. If it takes place in the winter when the conditions are frozen, that's already pre-approved. And in our downtowns, what we're looking at is, like we've done several times here in Montpelier, if the buildings around it already had archaeology done in the past, how much of our historic archaeology do we need to take place? So at French Block in Montpelier, we had archaeology done over the years to the buildings that surrounded it and framed it. We knew it's a sensitive area because of the river, but with the French Block, we determined we had enough information and didn't need to do archaeology there.
Nice to see you in person
Yeah,
after all these years. I'm curious about criterion 8 with regard to aesthetics, and to ask you, do you see any overlap in terms of when you are analyzing under historic preservation criterion 8? What you've talked a lot about sense of place and how important that is in preserving these, whether it's a building or what have you. And I'm curious, does it end at the building envelope, or does the division consider if there is an impact of some other type of project nearby next door, whether that could corrupt or diminish the historical significance, that sense of place that you were talking about, or is the review just the project or the building that's under consideration for a permit?
The first thing that's identified is an area of potential effect, and the size of that depends on the scope of the project. So sometimes it could just be the building, like if you're doing energy efficiency upgrades or replacing some of the windows. But otherwise, if you're doing an addition to a building, it could be much larger. What other historic resources are around it? How could those be impacted? What archaeological sensitivities are there? So we have elements of integrity that are established by the National Park Service of design, setting, workmanship, feeling association, setting, and location. So we have to take all of those into account every time we're looking at a project.
Thank you.
Who's next from your team? You?
That's me.
Okay, go
Yeah, Chair
ahead.
Hurley, thanks for the opportunity to present members of the board. Good to see you, meeting, and thanks to the NRV staff also for setting everything up today. I'm Jacob Hemrick, Planning and Policy Manager in the Department of Housing and Community Development. And I'm standing in for Chris Cochran, who came under the weather this morning. He's the Director of Community Planning and Revitalization. And I'm just going to give you an overview of some of the things we do and how it will interact with your work related to Act 181. Just to echo so many of the things that Laura talked about, our history is so much a part of the Vermont story, and the story of the Division of Community Planning and Revitalization, by and large, came from the historic preservation movement and keeping downtowns and villages strong throughout the state of Vermont. This is Bristol, Vermont, in 1982, year after I was born, and the story of downtowns and villages throughout the United States are not the same as they are in Vermont, in great measure because of the policy decisions we've made and the investments we've made. Our downtowns have weathered a lot of tough times, from the throwing big box retail, online retail, recession, pandemics, remote work, maybe tariffs. But because of the investments and decisions that Vermont has collectively made, this is Bristol today. It's an advertisement to Vermont's quality of life, the strength of our small merchants, and our overall quality of life. So our division has a pretty broad set of responsibilities, and we focus on a collaborative place-based approach to land use planning and community development. That's all about empowering local leaders to plan for and build vibrant and resilient downtown villages and neighborhoods. We do that using a place-based and people focus. It's through technical assistance, it's through training, it's through grants, it's through tax credits. And it's rooted in a recognition that there's a virtuous cycle in play, that people are looking for places. Places need investment, and investment needs people. Act 181 is really landmark legislation that is that we were part of, and excited to see the opportunities for more alignment among state plans, regional plans, local plans, from a land use perspective, but also from an investment perspective in our designation programs and regulations that are far more supportive at the state level and local level of housing. Act 181, as it relates to our division of the designation program, came from three reports, as you well know, the necessary updates to Act 250 designation. And designation 2050 was part of that. We hired the Community Workshop and Smart Growth America with funding from the legislature to do a health checkup on these programs and see what's the next 25 years look like for state designations platform for community investment, because it had been around 25 years and it had a very popular uptake throughout the state. Every county, every region has a designated area. There are over 295 designated areas, and it really became a coordinating platform for shared priorities and investments across the state, like fixing up old buildings or like investing in planning grants to think about complete streets or land use updates to to welcome new homes and neighbors in smart locations where we have infrastructure. What it became, though, was a proxy for state land use, because we didn't have any other common land use platform to point to that was consistent across the state. The regional land use maps will do that now in a much more intentional way than the designations did. But they remain really a great platform for coordinated investment across state agencies and across governments. Today, we have 5 designations, and they're in effect through the end of the year. We're thinking in applications under the old framework that interfaces with Act 250, which I'll explain a little bit. But there are 3 core designations. We have village designations, downtown centers, and new town centers. And we have 2 add-on designations, the growth centers and the neighborhood development areas. They were all created at different times for different purposes. They have distinct requirements. They have distinct benefits. Many of them relate to Act 250, like presumptions of compliance or exemption from review or fee relief. They've gotten a little clunky, which is part of the reason why designation 2050 was such a great opportunity to think about how can we make these a better platform for strategic investment and community support moving forward. This is just a picture of Randolph, so you can see what it looks like on the ground. If you're familiar with Randolph, this reddish purple area is the downtown. The blue area is the add-on neighborhood development area designation. And you can see all of the designated areas in the planning atlas, which is a site that we host with GIS support in partnership with the Agency of Natural Resources. Just to give a sense of the coverage, for instance, there are 250 designated village centers throughout the state. With the approval of the new future regional land use maps, we expect there will be even more villages recognized throughout the state and more designations as a result. The designation 2050 had a lot of public input. I talked to over 500 people in 120 towns. It occurred over 6 months. We had stakeholder groups, we had a forum, we had lots of outreach. And so we were making a gold ribbon effort to hear what do Vermonters really want from this somewhat wonky program. And this is what they said. They said they want simpler designations. They want more accessible and coordinated administration, better benefits and support for focused priorities. And those priorities really are revolved around housing, infrastructure, capacity, equity, livability and vibrancy, and climate resilience. And then some more administrative things like accessible information and promotion and robust monitoring and sharing of measurements. So the new designations are going to be established by your decisions related to the future land use maps for the regional plans. The framework shifts from a 5 designation model to 2 designations. So we're going from the downtown village, new town center, growth center, neighborhood development area, just to centers and neighborhoods. So that's part of the simplification. And those are going to flow from 4 future land use categories that are established by Act 181, the downtown and village center category, the planned growth area, and the village area. So when those maps are approved and recognized by you, they will become designated areas for investment. And again, the designation will continue to have specific requirements and benefits associated with them. So just to get a sense of the 2 categories, there are going to be 3 levels within centers, and there's a more accessible, lower barrier center that everybody without a current designation would start at within the future land use maps. Step 2 would be an intermediate sort of growing village or a village that's already recognized under the current framework. And then step 3 would maintain the Main Street America program, the downtown program, as we know today. And all steps would be an administrative process. So once the land areas are recognized by you, municipalities can come to us and they can apply to move up steps as they meet the requirements and then access more benefits. Again, the neighborhoods would be the areas surrounding those civic and commercial cores around the state. One worry that a lot of municipalities have is, well, what's going to happen to our current designations? How do these transition over? That's a very relatable question. And so there's going to be a smooth transition. All existing designations that exist as of December 31st, 2025, the end of this year, will need to be recognized within the future land use maps of the regions. And then they articulating the steps in these ways. Other things that we're working on related to Act 181 is we put together an affordable housing study with the Vermont Housing, and I see a typo will fix, Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, the Vermont Housing Finance Agency, the Land Access Opportunity Board. They recommended regulatory reforms, increased investments for infrastructure, support for home builders. Really, the thing that relates most to you are the recommendations for priority housing projects. This is the platform for exemptions and mixed income housing projects that are built within the interim exemption framework, but also in the long term moving forward. So just to tune you into that report, if you haven't had a chance to read it, there are recommendations there. We worked closely with the Natural Resources Board staff and ANR to build interim exemption maps. So people can visualize, where the interim, where there are interim exemptions for specified housing projects, mostly built around the designation, program as it exists today. So I'm sure most of you are familiar and have seen this atlas. And we continue to provide a lot of municipal funding for municipal planning grants. These are very flexible funds that help communities meet the requirements they might need to meet, such as tier 1A requirements. And we're looking to step into that long-term exemption framework. But it can do anything from updating zoning and subdivision regulations to planning for specific area improvements, and even thematic plans like planning for health or recreation. So very flexible funds that municipalities throughout the state use, and it's an annual program that's been around for 30 years, derived from the property transfer tax. We're also collaborating closely with the Land Use Review Board and Land Use Review Board staff. I recognize I use the old natural resources staff when old habits died hard. So, but on an approved planning data center. And so some of this is Land Use Review Board data. Some of this is a lot of data that it comes to the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's divided into a couple different phases. Where we're looking at a great platform for all the municipal planning data, so municipal plans, municipal bylaws, all in one place, zoning, atlas, and mapping, and a library where people can pull up the PDFs. So we're improving the existing data sets we have now. Phase 2 is the regional plan library and the atlas and mapping. So as those regional plans come in, we have a good atlas that's available statewide. Phase 3 is the designation data and making sure that we have a very transparent and accessible way for people to track where are the designations and what steps are the centers at. And phase 4 would be the tier data and tier atlas and mapping. So we look forward to continuing partnership and collaboration on that. And just checking my time. Yeah. Last, or almost last, we're working with the Building Association on updating these 3 key municipal pools over the next 8 months. One is a module on municipal planning that helps municipalities understand the requirements of a municipal plan and how to go about that process, even if you're a very low capacity community and working as a volunteer planning commissioner with your regional planning commission. We have a module on the state designation program, and we have a guide that helps make zoning updates for homes and for homes in and around centers much easier to do for municipalities. So these are getting an update responsive to the Home Act in Act 181, which includes several municipal preemptions that change some foundational things about local zoning, like density, duplexes, threeplexes, fourplexes, for those that are allowed. We also have a new name for our board, the Community Investment Board, formerly the Downtown Board. But this went into effect July 1st, 2024. And the key shift that happened with that board, which Alex, Commissioner Farrell chairs, is an increased focus on implementation of infrastructure investments through cross-government, cross-agency coordination. So the prior focus of the board, as board member Head knows, while having served on the Community Investment Board and Downtown Board, was boundary improvements and looking at individual applications for designations. That's all now going to flow through these regional maps. So we're not going to be doing a one-by-one process, which allows the Community Investment Board to be thinking about bigger picture and taking on bigger questions to meet the designation 2050 ask from the Vermonters, where they want more dollars for action, more direct program assistance, and local capacity solutions, especially for lower resource and lower capacity towns. So we have a report that we have to put together by the end of this year on that, in which we're working on in partnership with the University of Vermont. And so stay tuned for that. I'm going to skip this since I already touched on the priority outcomes of the designation, but that gives you a little bit of an overview of how our division interacts with your work ahead.
Any questions from board members?
Yeah, so The community investment board, ACCD, and it sounds like it's a current study underway with UVM to look at, local resources. What might be some of those tools?
Well,
And your
well, there's
tools?
gonna be a robust public
Yeah.
outreach process and community conversation as part of that project, but I would expect, some of the feedback that we're gonna hear is thinking of how can we think more creatively about project management for specific infrastructure projects like, village wastewater or water initiatives, more intergovernmental cooperation, or administrative support across boundaries. So how could 2 or 3 towns collaborate together? Maybe hire a part-time administrator to move all projects forward. But it's going to be a big community conversation with communities around the state that are feeling that over the burden of the complexity of modern government and trying to move community development projects forward.
Yes. Alex, are you next?
That was it.
That was it.
That was
All
all.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us and continuing your conversations with us regularly.
Thanks for traveling to us. Giving us your space.
Yeah, thank you for your space too. Yeah.
If you'd like to break, you're welcome.
Yeah, it maybe would be a good idea to have a quick break. Try to make it 5 minutes. So come back by 20 of the hour.
Straight out the door here.
We are resuming, and we have V-Trans here with us.
Great, thanks, everybody. Just get Sharon and plan. All right. Here we are. Thanks, everyone, for having us here. I'm Amy Bell. I'm the director, the Bureau Director for the Policy Planning and Research section. And in addition to those three that are in my title, I also oversee our development review and permitting section, as well as our mapping section. And so with that, I think you can see how I might have some interaction with the Land Use Review Board. I just wanted to start off by saying I brought a couple of my colleagues along. We were hoping Andrea might be able to join us, but she's stuck down at the State House and was a little uncertain when she might get back up here or if she'd get up here at all. So I've got Chris Clow here. Chris is the person who actually does all of our development review of every Single Act 250 that has some transportation implications. So he's the man who knows how to calculate all sorts of things that I won't even attempt to achieve. And then we have Jeff Ramsey. Jeff is here. He's from our environmental permitting section. And Jeff is the person who oversees basically all of the agency's projects that are under the jurisdiction of Act 250. So sort of two different functions, development review, statutory party. These are V-Trans projects that Jeff deals with. And we've got some slides we'll run through, more so to keep us structured and keep us from wandering off into unknown territory. So I'm just going to start with this slide, and then I'm going to hand it off to these gentlemen to speak. But, you know, we review all Act 250 applications. That's Chris's function. We seek a lot of input from regional planning commissions, and oftentimes we'll contact the host municipalities when there's some lack of clarity, or we know one thing that the community's been working on, they might have gotten a grant from us to do. And then when we see something coming from the developer and it's not consistent, we're like, wait a second. So we might reach out to and seek some clarification from municipalities. And we also sometimes reach out to the district coordinators as well when issues arise. And then we review these applications on a weekly basis. We actually have an Act 250 meeting every Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. And we talk through all the applications with all of the folks representing all of our different modes. So this is, you know, different from how it was in the past. It was primarily, and the biggest concern and criticism of V-Trans has always been that we are too vehicular in focus. Well, now everyone's there and everyone has an opportunity. And if someone isn't there in a project that appears to have some implication for one of the other modes, we reach out to them to seek feedback as well. And then we have to review each application for what's called the Act 145 transportation impact fees, and we'll go into a little bit more for those who aren't familiar with those, but some of you may be. And then we participate in all formal Act 250 hearings as necessary. Doesn't happen too often, but we do. Chris will attend those as necessary. And then I mentioned Jeff's function on the V-Trans project side, sort of original and amendment jurisdiction that we'll go into a bit more. So I'm going to hand it on over. That's right, goes this way.
Okay, as far as our original jurisdiction, not a lot of our projects fall under that, 10 acres, greater than 10 acres in size. Many of our old legacy projects did, big, long reconstruction of roadway projects. We don't build projects like that anymore. We have a couple still around. Some of the, so I said legacy projects, a couple of the Colchester projects, one was the improvement of exit 17, the other one's exit 16. Both of those were greater than 10 acres. But the exit 16 project also had amendments to other permits because of landowners who had permits along the route. We have two projects that are coming along that will require Act 250 because of their size. Brattleboro reconstruction project and the Swanton reconstruction project, both of which are very large reconstruction projects. But other than that, we pretty much deal with amendment jurisdiction. All of our airports have Act 250 permits. And so every time we have a project on an airport, we have to amend the existing permit. State-owned airports,
Not
correct.
BTV.
Right, not Burlington. We have 10 state-owned airports. So as you can imagine, we
We have to amend those permits quite often, and we've done it many times. As I said, the legacy projects, some of those, like the Pittsburgh Brandon I wrote 5 segments, but there were actually 6 segments. They had an original permit to begin with, and then with each segment that came along, we have to amend for that particular segment. The biggest issue I think we have is when we impact somebody else's land and they have an Act 250 permit. We have to amend their permit. That's when we run into Act 250 the most.
Any questions on this side of what we do before we head into the development and the other side?
We probably only do maybe 2 or 3 amendments a year. Even with the other ones.
The other question? Well, maybe, well, for instance, getting organized, do air and rail attend the Wednesday meetings as well? Are they looped in?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Great.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Clow. As Amy introduced me, it's nice to see and meet all of you. As you just heard Jeff talk about his aspect of V-Trans as the applicant in the sense to Act 250, and now my aspect is V-Trans as the review of other developments through Act 250. These are just some metrics I had created, and they're keeping pretty consistent throughout the years. I looked at it last year and the year before. I like Act 250 because of its number, because funny enough, that's about the number of applications we review in a year, about 256. And it was roughly the same number last year. Of those, as you can see, those 256, 42 of them did require an entry of appearance on our part, again, from the development review standpoint, whether or not a permit was needed within our right of way, whether or not there were mitigation measures needed, whether or not there was the Act 145 transportation impact fee that was needed, and I'll get to that in a second. As you can see on the last block, though, of those 42, 12 had an Act 145 transportation impact fee assessed. And that's keeping pretty constant with the previous years as well. We vary between 12 to 18 roughly in a year for that fee. So Act 145, its purpose, as you can see, was created in 2014. So it's just a little over 10 years old now. And we feel so far it's been working well. But as you can see from the verbiage on the purpose, it's to create a mechanism where developers pay a fair share cost into V-Trans capital projects, and it hopefully reduces the last one in phase obstacles stated from developers. So what does that second bullet really mean? It's kind of from a standpoint where you have this development, or it could be a subdivision with multiple parcels on a piece of land, we'll say 20, and each parcel gets built, and parcels 1 through 9, they're doing fine, no mitigation is needed, but it's starting to approach a threshold where something might be needed, like a left turn lane. Then parcel number 10 comes in, and you've met the threshold, you'll need to put in a left turn lane. And it's almost like who gets stuck with the built table. It looks like the 10th person did. So they end up putting in a left turn lane. Parcels 1 through 9 are great. Hey, we've got a left turn lane. And the parcels after them, 11 through 20, are, hey, we've got a left turn lane as well we can now use. So it kind of put it on one person without possibly impacting any others. Act 145 helps to alleviate that in some ways. It might not be able to help the people before, but the people after might be able to pay a fair share fee to that developer who had fronted all the money, if you will, for that mitigation improvement. The first bullet is where we have state capital transportation projects that create capacity, such as extra lanes, traffic signals or roundabouts within our program. And these are in the areas where developments get built, and those developers will pay through Act 250 a fair share fee of that project. It's something that we calculate, something that is recommended to the Act 250 Commission that they end up engaging, and something that stays with it through the, I'll say, capacity life of that project. So again, that led to the second block down here, where it is the Act 250 Commission that establishes the fees. We recommend them, but the Act 250 is the one that makes the choice to establish them, and then we are the caretaker of that once they do. So the first one is very important. We'll get to that actually even later in the slide when Act 181 comes in. Act 250 commission fees are triggered by an Act 250 application. As I was just mentioning previously, they're based on a transportation project in the V-Trans capital program. I bolded that because that's the majority of them. That's probably 97% of them. They're mainly state capital projects. It can be done on a municipal capital project. I've not seen that yet, not through Act 250. Most municipalities have a local transportation impact fee that they usually enact for their own means. And then the third way is it can be built by a developer, and that was the example of the left turn lane I was just giving you a while back, where developer can put this mitigation in, and they may be able to be reimbursed through the Act 145 fee later. As I mentioned before, it must mitigate the transportation impacts and benefit the proposed land use. This, in our definition, is usually a capacity-based project. Again, as I mentioned before, something that will help add a lane, add a left turn lane, possibly add a right turn lane at an intersection or a traffic signal. Right. For projects in the V-Trans capital program, the state projects, V-Trans, IEI, calculate and recommend a fee to the district commission. And I'll move to the next slide. It probably has this. This is really the main formula. On the right side of the equation, it would look like a dollar sign per PM peak hour trip. So a developer who has a development that creates 10 PM peak hour trips, the project would be maybe $1,000 per PM peak hour trip. So 10 times 1,000 would be $10,000 would be what the developer would pay for the Act 145 project. On the left side of the equal sign on the equation, it's calculated by the total transportation project cost. Say if it's a $1 million or $500,000 traffic signal over the total vehicular peak hour capacity. That is something I do calculate using traffic simulation programs, volume to capacity ratios. It comes up with a certain peak hour capacity number in the denominator, which of course over the numerator creates that dollar per peak hour trip that's used in the fee. Fee adjustments for specific development projects, traffic allocations from existing permits. So I call these traffic allocations from grandfathered permits. There may be an Act 250 permit that was established prior to 2014 that might have allocated a subdivision that might have allocated 50 trips, and so far maybe 30 of them have been used. As new ones come in, 30 becomes 35 to 40. You were given a land use permit for those 50 trips before 145. You were grandfathered in. So up until 50, you won't have to pay that fee. But if that development exceeds 50 and goes beyond, we would now start assessing a fee for that. A net change in traffic and trips, pass-by trips and existing site traffic. Pass-by trips are just trips that were actually already there on the road. A quick example, if you daily go from home to work, let's say along US 2, and there's a Dunkin' Donuts you'd like to stop at to grab coffee every morning, you're passing by that Dunkin' to actually grab coffee and get out. You're already on US 2 to begin with. You were there going from home to work daily. Granted, you're going in and out of Dunkin' Donuts driveway, but the point is you're a car that was existing on that road. You're not going out of your way to go to Dunkin' as a primary trip. Existing site traffic. I define this as a building that it can switch land uses, and the trips could roughly be the same. Say a McDonald's ends up shutting down, building's in great condition, and maybe a year later it becomes a Burger King. It's roughly the same restaurant with the same traffic. So the net trips, there's not a net trip generation from that. Location in a designated center neighborhood. ACCD has that wonderful map. I've seen an example of the growth area, neighborhood growth areas, growth centers. I use that once a week, going to it to access that. There's a deduction off the fee for being in that area. There's also deductions for transportation demand management endeavors. This is including connecting sites, bus stops, bus shelters. Would a developer have a shuttle service? All of these can be deductions off of the fee. And then finally, you have developer built project. That's kind of an instance where if V-Trans has a capital project where they've got a signalized intersection, and it's just a signalized intersection with no pedestrian crosswalks, we'll say, there might be the fee the developer pays for that project. But instead they say, you know, what we'd like to do is improve it with a crosswalk and some pedestrian heads crossing at that intersection. If they do that, more than likely the cost of that would offset probably what the fee is they would pay. And that's great. They would do that. We would consider that a developer improvement and they could go on with that. We have had at least one example of that happen. Just a couple more 145 statistics. We've noted over 10 years, we've collected 1.6 million. Divide that by 10, roughly $160,000 annually. Since I've managed the program, we do try to keep metrics on it. So there's been 150 projects that have been assessed the fee. And of those, you can see 34 have been in a designated center, as we discussed before. And 62 of them certainly have had transportation demand management deductions, again mentioned, such as sidewalks, bus stops, and other types of man strategies. You can see a little bit on the green on the far left, just some examples of some fees we have collected. The DDI is a pretty sizable one where we collected $309,000, and you can see the figures below. The St. Albans roundabout and the Hartford Sykes Avenue roundabout.
Chris, can I ask a-
Sure.
So the total doesn't include the developer improvements, correct? Or does it? The total,
developer-
the fees,
Um,
so you take that off the fees, is that included in the total?
no.
No.
Okay,
No.
This
So
is
kind
actual
of
fees
there's
assessed, right?
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
After all the deductions.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So then we move to the Act 181 implications for V-Trans. First bullet, the exemptions reduce V-Transability. So again, 145 as it stands now follows Act 250. So if something is out of Act 250, it wouldn't be assessed for 145. The fear of that is the last one pays in could return again for that method. And it becomes a little bit of a concern from us because funny enough, where most of the state capital projects are in the metro areas of Vermont, where a lot of these places could then be exempt from Act 250. So we will need to think about how we move forward with that. And that's something Amy will get to, or maybe I will in the next slide. I'm not talking about it in my next slide over. But some ideas that we were thinking about were the 3 sub bullets here. Municipal fee authority, that's where we would assess the fee and see if it could be passed through the municipality through its development review board. Again, it was an idea. The Section 11 V-Trans highway access and work permit process. The reason this was brought up here was there was another main category in Act 145. It's been around for 10 years. We've not used it because it's problematic or just very complicated more than anything, called a transportation improvement district, where it's a special border district within an area. We've done a pilot project in Williston, for instance, where it would be a general fee for all of the projects gathered in that area. Again, it was when we did the pilot study, we got into the weeds in a hurry. Things got very complicated with fee formulas, calculations. But one of the things the statute does mention is in a transportation improvement district is we can assess the fee on 1111 permits. And that's got some interesting possibilities where the idea side, maybe a possibility is moving forward, we assess them on 1111 permits anyway. And then the other one down is TBD, right, to be developed based on recommendations of the transportation support study. And that's the last bullet and probably the next slide. That's something we've been asked to do by the legislature because we had brought these concerns up as 181 was coming about. This fee is now going to be diminished for what we can do since more stuff becomes exempt from Act 250. What can we do?
And if I could interject, it's less about us assessing a fee and the predictability that development community wants, has said they want and they need. Because in our 11 years of assessing this fee, we've not had a single developer protest it. Everyone's happy. They're glad to write their check. We do on occasion have to pester people a little, but we don't have to pester long. The money transfers, everyone is happy and they're able to continue on with their application. So it's this predictability side, $1.6 million in the context of V-Trans project is not a whole lot of money. Probably picked up on that. It's really the predictability and ensuring that the developers' projects don't get unnecessarily held up or they get assessed, like I remember back when Taft's Corners, this is back before all the development, much of the large scale development occurred there. But one developer had to do almost $5 million worth of improvements, transportation improvements to the Taft's Corners area. That's a last one in, and that is a pretty hefty fee to have to pay to develop.
So, you know, that predictability is really what we've been after and what the development community seems happy with, because they haven't protested.
Yeah, small amounts, that's helpful, but really two of Act 145's strongest powers is the fact that they can, well, I'm just trying to think. One of them is the fact that, well, not only the small amount that we've mentioned before, but it's a great answer to criterion 5. Does your project have, how does your project address traffic congestion and safety? Well, we address it not only by making whatever improvements we need where our driveway might need the road, but guess what? We've just paid a fair share of fee amount to 2 state capital projects that are close by. The other power Act 145 has, and this is a big one, you can pay without the projects being built yet. So some of them have had fees where not only do you need to make the mitigation project, you need to complete the construction of it, and then maybe you can build your development. This allows you to pay the fee as long as the development's from the capital program. You can pay the fee and move forward with building your project immediately. The only exception to that, which I've not run across yet, is if there's an incredible safety issue where you have to build the capital project before you can move forward. But I've not come across that yet in my experience. Most folks have paid the fee via the Act 250 condition and move forward. And then,
Question?
yeah.
Oh, so is, oh. I'm talking
You can
about
go
study. Well, I was just wondering, is this study underway at V-Trans?
So there we go. Yeah, Amy pretty much put down what the bullet points the study is looking for, which we then turned around into a scope of work that we currently have out. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's not due, for whatever reason, the legislature gave us until December 15th of 2025 on this one. However, the sponsor said to our boss, she said, I think I got my calendar wrong. I thought it was coming this year. But we're in the process right now. We've actually let it out to our retainer consultants, and we're in the process next week where we'll be receiving letters of interest from them and making a selection and advancing the study. And I want to point out one really important thing about the study. It requires us to coordinate and collaborate with a bunch of folks, including yourself. The Land Use Review Board is mentioned, as is ACCD, VLCT, the banking industry is even mentioned in there, and several other industries. Yeah, there they are. So you can see that there's going to be a tremendous amount of conversation that really has to take place as part of this study that will. So this is what the study is to address, boiled down into 5 bullets. But you can imagine the statute's much more wordy than that.
Go ahead. All right. So I think you probably already have a sense, because you take it into account when you're calculating the fees in terms of how many permits are paying from designated areas. So those areas that Jacob spoke to earlier in terms of your designated downtowns, your growth centers, all those areas that are probably going to be within those tier 1 areas, under the new process, that were subject to some sort of discount before, but now might not be necessarily a fee.
That's right.
Do you have any sense in terms of even just like a percentage of of the people that pay permits? Is that 50% of, or just rough?
In those areas? Well, let's see, so it's 34 projects over the 156 that have got fees. You could do the rough math there, would say 20%. 20% or so.
A little bit hard to know, and that's one of the things that we hope with this, they call it a transportation support study, which we all think is kind of a funny name, but that's what the statute says. So, but that's one of the things that we're hoping to do, is get a better sense of how do we do some estimation and figure out what is the true impact. Because, the reality is that this development, the congestion is going to be greatest in the areas that are going to be exempt. And so it's actually the areas that need their 145 fees the most are going to be the ones that don't get them. And we already have some situations where we've got some projects that are exempt in a municipality, and we've got projects that are not exempt. And so it's really because they're meeting the affordable housing. We've got a situation in Heinsberg where we've got 3 developments going on the same road, and one of them's exempt and 2 of them aren't. And it's just makes for some really interesting dynamics of how that development occurs and how do we address congestion and safety.
And so that's the study is going to look at and make recommendations
That's the
to the
hope.
legislature.
That's the
And
hope.
part of it will make up for the projected loss. We have an engineer among us that is interested in, being that, person on the blurb that would be part of your group.
I'd be happy to help too.
Okay.
Just having some familiarity with some of these larger projects, I think the evolution of it too. Because I think it is a concern that these areas that we're trying to greenlight for the development, this was in 2014, process to try and have the funds necessary for the development to occur. And if we're eroding at the ability to have the funding necessary to have these projects actually be under construction, but yet with the road improvements not under construction, that's going to be a challenge in terms of continuing development in those priority areas. So,
Pennsburg's a great example though, because Act 145 is completely flawed from the get-go because only a certain small slice of development goes through Act 250 in the first place. So largest industrial manufacturer in Heinsberg, NRG Systems, in that same area of those three projects you were, never went through Act 250. Was on a 9.9 acre lot, and even though it's an 80,000 square foot building. So, yeah, I think there's a real opportunity with the study to fix what was.
Well, that's why the act, the section 1111 permits, which are the highway access permits. So we regulate, communities regulate the uses adjacent to the road, and what we regulate is where you can access those uses. And so those 1111 permits, that's one, there's more of them. We issue more of those than we get involved in Act 250. So that's another potential avenue for us to go down. But right now, we don't have any such authority. There would have to be fairly substantial changes made to the statutes to allow us to do that. But yeah, there's a bunch of different scenarios that are possible. It's just a matter of figuring out, is it really feasible and talking to the stakeholders. It's gonna be, I mean, DLCT is gonna have to be critical to this conversation. Any other questions for us? That was our last slide that we were at before we went back. No, that's it.
That was it?
That was it.
Loop us in.
All right. And if you have any questions or things come up, feel free to reach out.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
I'm glad to be here.
I finally got to meet you.
I know. That's been emailing for 20 years. Yeah. So we have A&R.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take your guys' seats if that's okay.
You may.
Somebody-
We are more than glad to.
Very mobile.
It is after all your building.
Yeah.
Too.
It's all.
We're just the visitors.
It's all about building.
Really
Yep. All right, thanks for asking.
You
I'm gonna get spelling correct, if you can help me out. Having to get on the website. It's all being recorded, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, people will know.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not going. There we go.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Billy Coster. I'm the Director of Planning and Policy for the Agency of Natural Resources. And I'm joined with two of my colleagues. Why don't you just introduce yourselves quickly?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jen Mojo. I'm Senior Planner in the agency's Office of Planning.
Hello, everyone. Noel Dodge, Vermont Fish and Wildlife, Private Land Section Chief, Wildlife Biologist.
Everyone, James Brady, Program Manager in the Fish Division, Vermont Fish and Wildlife.
Thanks, James. So we're going to give a quick overview of the agency, our work in Act 250, and then spend a little extra time with the Fish and Wildlife Department since they play such a critical role in your work, and then touch on the areas of intersection with Act 151. So we'll try to make up a little bit of time here. Feel free to stop us with questions, but those should be plenty of time for questions at the end. All right, so at a high level, the agency is managed out of our Secretary's office and comprised of 3 departments, Department of Environmental Conservation, Fish and Wildlife Department, and Forest Parks and Rec. We've got about 650 full-time staff. We swell to over 1,000 during the summer, primarily due to our parks employees, but we do bring on a number of other seasonal employees. And of that workforce, we dedicate roughly 8 full-time equivalents solely to Act 250 work each year at a cost of about $1 million. You may know that we receive a small portion of Act 250 application fees, but that usually ranges between $200,000 to $250,000 a year, so clearly doesn't cover the full investment that we make as an agency. I'll go through the Secretary's office and the 3 departments and get into the substance. So our Secretary's office kind of manages the overall mission of the agency and the commissioners of the 3 departments, and really is the place where we manage issues that cut across all 3 of the departments, our cross-cutting work. Each department has their own expertise, their own mission, but there's a number of issues where our works all combine and collide, and we try to manage that out of the Secretary's office. So our legal staff is managed out of the Secretary's office. We're somewhat of a unique agency in that we have a lot of our own attorneys. Many state agencies have assistant attorney generals assigned to them, but we have about a dozen attorneys. The Planning and Policy Division, which I manage, has our regulatory review coordination staff, which Jen helps lead up, as well as our Climate Action Office. And then we have our Environmental Justice and Civil Rights Compliance Division in the Secretary's office as well. We also have a business office that deals with our administrative and budgeting matters, and we have traditionally provided a lot of services to the previously Natural Resources Board and now the LIRB around some of those administrative functions. And we've developed a draft MOU to help set forth the details of those that Rachel may be aware of. And we're eager to kind of sit down with you once you get settled to talk through those details and make sure we can maintain that relationship. And I guess I'll just pause and say, I think you'll see we participate in many of your criteria. We've had a really close relationship with your predecessors in the past. Jen, myself, and another colleague would continue to meet monthly with the kind of Montpelier executive staff team of the LIRB, and certainly would welcome any level of kind of ongoing communication at that level. And, we stay out of the substance of cases, but there's just so much that we have in common and share that we found that to be helpful. So DEC is our primary regulatory and permitting department. This is the traditional environmental permitter. We have lots of delegated authority from the EPA to deal with things related to Clean Water, Clean Air Act. This is the department that issues most of our permits. Many of those permits can be used to satisfy Act 250 permits through the rebuttable presumptions that they provide, and I'll touch on that shortly. We also have a large enforcement division within DEC that helps enforce our environmental permits and does coordinate and work with your enforcement folks when there's combined interests on cases. Fish and Wildlife Department is focused on the state's fish, wildlife, plants, and their habitat. They provide a tremendous amount of education, technical assistance, mapping of natural communities and other resources, and help manage our wildlife and plant communities for health, diversity, and for human enjoyment. And they play a really critical role in Act 250 because unlike DEC, Fish and Wildlife issues very few of their own permits. It's really just the Threatened and Endangered Takings permit is the one permit that they issue. They do most of their regulatory work through the Act 250 process or the work we do before the Public Utility Commission. And they support a number of permits within DEC, wetland permitting, things of that nature, stream alteration permitting. But Act 250 is a real important touch point for the work of Fish and Wildlife. And lastly is the Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation. They manage over 200 acres of state forests and parks on behalf of Vermonters. They run the park system, and they're really a resource for the forest product sector as well as the emerging recreation economy in the state. FPR doesn't play a significant role for us in the review of Act 250 applications. They do occasionally for things like forest harvesting above 2,500 feet and some other, forest processing type applications. But they are uniquely often an applicant to Act 250, both for permits on, say, state parkland where they need to build new amenities. But many of the state ski areas are on state forest land and have a lease agreement with FPR. So places like Stowe and Chemo and Killington, if they're bringing Act 250 applications to your commissions on those lease lands, we're a co-applicant through FPR. So this is just obviously the rough org chart, governor, secretary, down to the commissioners of those departments. So how does it all work? So ANR is a statutory party in most all Act 250 proceedings. I believe the law says if any of the environmental criteria potentially could be implemented, then we have a seat at the table. We also provide a lot of permits that feed into the Act 250 process. We review through my team every minor and major application that's filed with Act 250. We actually have that data come into our database and push it out to our staff for review, which Jen will talk about shortly. That involves, over 100 staff in all three departments. So it's a really robust effort. As you'll see shortly, we play in so many criteria. It really involves a large contingent of folks across the agency. Certainly not all of those 150 have issues that come up in every application or provide comments, but there's a lot of quirky things that potentially do come up. So we cast that broad net, but there's probably a dozen or so programs and individuals that review and comment on many of the applications that come before us. We provide written comments in minor cases and participate in hearings for majors. And we spend a lot of time with applicants working through ways to make sure that their project can comply with the criteria so that we ideally don't have to file adverse comments, that they can present a project that at least we believe is consistent with the law. And we issue a number of permits primarily through DEC that provide that rebuttable presumption of compliance under Rule 19E. And we're also available to commissions for Rule 20 requests, which are information requests. So these are all your criteria and sub-criteria as far as we know it. And the ones that are emboldened are the ones that we regularly review under. So you can see all of almost all the air and water criteria, streams, floodways, water supply, soil erosion. That's where a lot of our stormwater permitting comes into play. Under criterion 8 and 8A, that's where most of Fish and Wildlife's work is completed, although they do participate under the streams and shorelines criteria as well. And then, criteria related to earth extraction, quarries, gravel pits, a lot of that comes through to us. And then the kind of growth criteria are down at the end. So unlike some of our sister agencies who came before you earlier, we really are not a single criteria focus. We're all over the place. These are the criteria for which, under your existing rules, we issue permits that provide that rebuttable presumption. I don't think that the LURB's rules have been updated particularly recently in this regard, so there are likely some new permits that could be added to this list, and that's certainly something we're happy to work with you on. But I think you probably understand how this all works. I'm happy to speak to it in more detail, but essentially, if you receive one of these permits, you can indicate in your Act 250 application that you're using that to satisfy the criteria. And that carries a rebuttable presumption, and then it's the other party's burden to say, hey, this permit isn't sufficient. You need to provide more evidence of compliance in the Act 250 process. Our permits don't align perfectly with all the criteria, so there often is some interstitial space where maybe there is room for commissions to dig into issues, but often these permits do kind of carry the day for most of these criteria. So how do we do this work? We really try to stay ahead of the formal process. We really try to have information and materials available to the regulated community for the criteria that we're involved with so that they can read and understand how to configure a project to be compliant. In the ideal world for us, we look at an Act 250 application, there's absolutely nothing for us to do because it's it's laid out in a way that doesn't raise concerns. So we try to develop materials that provide that guidance. We maintain lots of online resources and maps, including the ANR Atlas, which is a really critical tool that helps people plan development. It includes many, many layers of data about floodplains, natural communities, geology, a whole host of resources that can help inform where and where are not good places to build. We also do a lot of trainings and try to get out ahead of issues with the regulated community when our rules are changing or when new resources are going to be listed, things of that nature. So try to be proactive as we can. And then hopefully all that's work, but each week we get the new Act 250 applications and we go through a process where we push those out to staff and commence our formal review. So I don't know, Jen, if you want to talk about it a little.
Sure, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so like Billy said, our staff review every Act 250 application, and weekly we distribute all the applications to staff. Our office serves this really important, it's essentially an internal project management role. So because we have so many staff looking at all the various applications and identifying various issues, staff all send comments to us, and internally we make sure that there's no issues or competing interests amongst the comments. So say a staffer asks for time of year restrictions on tree clearing, but there's also other restrictions with certain time of years, dates that limit construction. So we try and make sure that all the applications, all the project comments align and that we can have a successful project that's seen through to completion. We do rely on a number of important tools. Like Billy mentioned, we rely a lot on the ANR Atlas. We have our own theme, and we try to be really transparent with the public about the information that we're using. So all of this information, we do have our own Act 250 application guidance page that lists out all the various criteria and the different guidance documents that we use and the associated layers of Atlas. So, it is helpful to have a consultant oftentimes to provide natural resource information, but the purpose of having all this information online is so that a layman can come forward and put together an application using the information available without having to hire a number of consultants. We still, you still do need a consultant for certain permit applications in DEC, but oftentimes you can get through an application just on your own.
Thanks, Jen. So that webpage we have, it goes criteria by criteria. We have published guidance materials. It's included there. We reference which data layers in the Atlas are relevant and any other resources for those criteria. So we found it's been helpful. I guess before we move on to this, one thing I'll say is that we also invest a tremendous amount of time providing upfront technical assistance. I think Fish and Wildlife and the Wetlands Program often are being called before district coordinators are to see whether a site is even feasible for a development project. And Noel James will speak to this, but we have staff that go out regularly, like almost weekly, if not more, during the field season to meet landowners on site, look at their development plans, and basically give them free advice on how to build a project that's going to comply with Act 250's criteria. That's something that we think is important. We think it's really valuable to provide that upfront technical assistance, but it is labor intensive. It does come with a cost, but we find that it's much better for everyone to try to give that guidance early than after someone has paid for a set of engineering plans that we have to say this is not going to fly. So that's certainly part of our ethos. We're not always successful in doing that. We have had good relationships with many of the coordinators over the years who will refer, if they get an inquiry from a developer or landowner, they'll refer them to some of our programs or to Jen through the planning office, and we'll do that outreach. We also participate in Act 250 permit appeals. Obviously, if our issues come up in appeal, we'll coordinate with your staff on that. And then the last thing I'll say is, because we work statewide, we really try to take a consistent approach to how we provide comments and offer recommendations in Act 250. And that sometimes doesn't square ideally with how your regional model works, where commissions have a lot of independence to make decisions at the regional scale. And while there is, a transfer of information and communication amongst the regions, there's certainly differences we've seen in how that some criteria have been applied over the years. So that's something that we struggle with a little bit. And I know was certainly part of the conversation in the creation of the larger and more professionalized board to see if there's opportunities to kind of drive that consistency, appreciating that there will always be some regional differences there. So that's a high level overview. And before we go on to Act 181, I'm just going to pass it off to James and Noel to kind of speak a little bit more about Fish and Wildlife's work, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks. So James Brady in the fish division, as you can see on the right side of the screen there, we work in a district model, and each district has, most of them have two, but one on the right has one fish biologist to kind of cover that geographic region. One of their many job duties is to provide technical assistance under the Act 250 process. I can get into a little bit of details how that's shifted. We used to have dedicated staff, but again, I'll touch on that later. We focus on streams, lakes, and ponds and riparian zones under following criterion. So streams and shorelines. Streams and shorelines both include riparian zones, which is are typically our focus. Oftentimes development is adjacent to a water body, and this includes intermittent streams, which for a very basic definition is a channel that flows water, shows evidence of sediment transport, has a defined channel. Many people will see that on their property and think, this isn't a stream, this is not a concern. So a lot of the effort done by the fish biologist is just determining if a stream is jurisdictional under Act 250 or not. So that requires a lot of remote sensing, using LiDAR, and a lot of site visits. So we also make sure to follow, we have a guidance document. So it's the guidance for Agency Act 50 and Section 248 comments regarding riparian buffers. We refer to it as our buffer guidance. It was last updated at the end of 2005. And it's, I recommend, if you haven't looked at it yet, I recommend going through the document. It explains some of the technical pieces on how a stream is defined, how to properly measure the riparian zone, the land directly adjacent to the water body, and other more technical pieces to that. But like I said, we try to remain consistent parcel to parcel, using that guidance. Of course, this is Vermont, and every single site you go on is different. So that's why it is critical to go out there and provide that technical assistance. It is difficult on the ground for someone who doesn't look at it every day to determine if their property requires a riparian zone or what other reviews they might need under those criteria. We rely heavily on the partnerships. As Billy said, we do not have our own permitting like many programs. So we take it very seriously to be able to participate with your group to help protect resources that we find, critically important to, natural environment of Vermont. So making sure that strong partnership with the Office of Planning, with your group, with members of DEC, we're all saying the same thing, we're all consistent, is incredibly important. A lot of the work, as I mentioned, we can start doing it remotely through GIS. We use a lot of LiDAR. If you're not familiar with LiDAR, it's 3D imaging of the ground. It really does help with finding these small streams. And then again, at the end of the day, oftentimes just meeting with the applicant and doing a site visit is sometimes the most effective. So we try to do that as much as possible. But at the end of the day, as Billy said, we have a lot of full-time equivalent staff hours to Act 250 and also Section 248 reviews. But the position that I held before my current one was an ARPA-funded position dedicated to reviewing Act 250 and Section 248 projects, but that has since expired. So that funding no longer supports that. So now we went from having a little bit more capacity to back to where we were before that. And again, these fish biologists are out doing a laundry list of critical duties, and one of them is this. So staff capacity is a chronic concern, especially during field season. So we do the best that we can. I am the main point of contact for regulatory review for the fish division. So that's one way we're trying to make it more consistent. But again, it is to be able to go out and do a site visit, to go and do all these reviews for each and every one of these sites. It's difficult, but again, you make it a priority because it is important. And as far as I know things are changing a little bit. There are very few, if any, regulations that actually protect the riparian zone, the area the land next to the water body, to the way that these criteria do. So it's critically important that we comment effectively and work together on those resources. So I'll let Noel kind of take it from there.
Sure, thanks, James. My slide's gonna look very similar to James, except I have color. So, again, Noel Dodge, wildlife biologist. My technical title now is the private land section chief. James mentioned his previous position was an ARPA-funded habitat protection scientist. We had one of those for wildlife as well, and that position has disappeared. And with my promotion, I've been covering for basically 2 extra positions, which involve all the Act 50 reviews. So this is a coverage map. The red shaded districts 6, 5, and 4 are what I've been covering. I also helped Josh Bluen out of our very office cover the sort of yellowish districts there below 3 and I think that's 1. So it's a lot of territory to cover. Similar to what James mentioned, we have a large, I wouldn't say a large number of staff. They're all essentially listed there, but this regulatory review is not their primary job duty. It is an additional job duty on top of all the other things they do, including state lands management and all the various other assignments. And the way we try to streamline this is that similar to how Jen works as the central point for collecting all the agency comments, I work as the central point for the wildlife division comments because we cover such a sort of broad array of resources under Act 50. So we're primarily commenting under criterion 8 and 8A for necessary wildlife habitat. So that includes rare, threatened, endangered species and RINA, rare and irreplaceable natural areas, and habitat connectivity. So the way it works is that we do these reviews that Jen sends out. We see all the projects, we review them all, try to review them all. Some staff just don't always have the time to review every single one of these applications. We try really hard to review all of them. We try really hard to encourage developers to reach out ahead of time, as Billy mentioned. If we can get resources identified and avoided or impact minimized before the application even goes in, everything goes much smoother. So we try to encourage that as much as we can. It can't always happen as much as we'd like, but we typically focus on necessary wildlife habitat, and some of these biologists are certainly experts in a lot of those areas, such as deer wintering areas and other resources. But some of these areas, we have a state ornithologist, we have a state ecologist, we have state botanists. And so there's all of these specialists, taxa specialists, that when I do a review, I can high level skim for issues that might come up for us under 8 and 8A. I can reach out to them, get their comments, bring them back, collate them, and send them to Jen. So Jen has them in one spot. And James does the same. So we're trying to streamline that staff level review and get those comments up and then send to the board and come from there. So we also do primarily 100% GIS desktop review to start things off. It's sort of a flag. What's there? What do we think is going on? What might we have concerns on? And then we reach out to more direct staff as best we can. So again, just staff capacity, I think is James put a chronic concern. It's really a concern right now, but we will be backfilling my previous position. So hopefully this spring we'll have additional help. You see a new name on some of the comments that come through, helping coordinate some of that. And I just wanted to mention that I do have a link on there. We have a development review page for the Fish and Wildlife Department, which has both this map and James's district map. It lists all of our guidelines. We have a ton of guidelines for all of our various defined necessary wildlife habitat. Again, the idea being, if we can put that information out there for the public can read it, understand it, know what needs to be done, know how we're going to review the project, and reach out for questions or, submit their applications to fully complete. So that website's on the bottom of this slide as well, but if you just search Development Review Fish and Wildlife, you'll find it.
Thanks, Noel.
I'll just throw in a plug. I mean, I don't know how this might work in the future, but we're open to a deeper dive training in the future. We've had a couple in the last few years and they're really successful.
Great.
I'm trying to get to my last slide here. Here we go. And before I move to Act 181, I would just say that we have certainly over the years come to NRB annual meetings, some of your all staff meetings when particular topics of interest or emerging issues have come up and done like a much deeper training sort of thing. So we're certainly available and happy to do that. So Act 181, as you all know, big change in how Act 250 will be administered. I just have on this slide captured the studies and rulemaking that I see A&R having a particular interest in. The ones with asterisks are ones that I believe were a named stakeholder in the law, but certainly topics related to appeals, the tiers, the new forest fragmentation criteria, the Tier 3 rulemaking are all things that we have a lot of interest and expertise in. And then we're charged with updating some of the resource maps that Act 250 would rely on. And then we've been in separate conversations with the regional planning commissions around their future land use mapping exercises, just to make sure that how they're accounting for floodplains and river corridors is consistent with how our agency has been directed through the Flood Safety Act to allow for encroachment and contemplate where growth should and shouldn't happen with respect to those resources. The last thing I'll say is that while the new tiered structure will likely create larger areas of exemption where there are not Act 250 permits required, we anticipate through the road rule, the new criteria, and potentially, depending on the scope of Tier 3, much more work for our agency in Act 250. More projects in the areas where we have to review it and more criteria where we're going to be looking to provide expertise. So this is just going to compound the staffing issues that we have, appreciating that our fees are a very, very small portion of yours. I think much of your fees are generated in those growth areas, so that's going to be an inverse dynamic. So at some point, there's going to be a reckoning around how we make this all work. But it's something that we think is really important and really excited to work with you all going forward. So that's it for us, and happy to take any questions.
Ask about, to elaborate a little bit more on Act 121, flood safety. And it talks about some rulemaking around river corridors, which when you are taking a look at the Tier 1 areas, in terms of planning for that process, it speaks to either does not include river corridors and things of that nature or plans for. And so knowing that you are working on as 121 part of that planning, just a little bit about where you're at, timelines.
Sure. So there's two components of the Flood Safety Act that kind of relate to the floodways criteria. One is it directs our agency to establish a state minimum floodplain standard. As many of you know, most towns that are part of the NFIP program have their own municipal bylaws related to flood, inundation flooding, but those vary from community to community. So this is to set kind of a stable floor for those, which I think will be helpful for us because then we can provide better technical assistance to communities. And then under the flowways criteria, we'll basically say you have to at least do this standard. And hopefully that should address those issues. The other piece is that we're charged to expand our existing river corridor permitting to effectively be statewide for all uses. We have basically since right after Tropical Storm Irene been permitting encroachments in river corridors, but only for development that's exempt from municipal bylaws. So energy projects, certain transportation, agriculture, but it's a very small subset. So the Flood Safety Act directs us to expand that permitting. And in doing so, identify areas of encroachment within river corridors that are appropriate for growth. So either areas that are maybe shadowed by another structure. So even though they're in the river corridor, they're not going to lead to channel management, or potentially whole areas where we'll just accept that development in a river corridor is an appropriate use. And accept that and ensure that the river corridors are protected up and downstream. There was a pilot project done in partnership with the Nature Conservancy where a consultant was hired to do some kind of case studies of what that encroachment model would look like. I think that's almost wrapped up. And then that should feed into the formal rulemaking that DEC is going to do about expanding that program. I don't honestly know where that stands. And frankly, I think we may be asking for an extension in the government of that this session because we were given a lot to do out of the Flood Safety Act, and all those people who do that work have been pretty tied up the past 2 summers responding to actual flooding. And we actually weren't budgeted for all the positions that were given to us. So I can get back to you with the actual timeline. But we're doing that work and appreciating that Tier 1A and Tier 1B have to consider those resources. We're just trying to make sure that they're not going in a diversion path from where we're ultimately going to go, because really those things should be almost in unison. So we've been talking with Catherine Dimitrick and others around making sure that there's not a lot of space between the efforts.
Billy, as we get underway with the land use review board studies, we've had preliminary conversations around, like, you know, those studies in themselves involve stakeholder group to inform, you know, 8C, Tier 3, road rule. So, and so we want to make sure we're just mindful of how, you know, when we're asking people if they're available to participate, that, yeah, that's time and maybe there's some overlap there. So do you want us to coordinate, like if we're asking ANR to participate on, you know, study X, are you gonna our lead person with all that?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be kind of the point person, and then we can work internally to figure out who the best kind of technical experts are. If that's okay with you all.
Yeah.
But Jen and I will probably be involved in most everything, and then we'll be pointing folks kind of on an as needed or where the opportunity presents itself.
I'll just respond to that quickly that even though we both just said how much, time is and staff capacity is difficult, there's a real desire to participate in those groups to make sure that this headed in the right direction and we can give as much technical assistance as possible.
Yeah. Really, in terms of the appeals, that I come directly to you and discuss, in terms of ANR input and because I would really like to, make sure we coordinate well on that basis, really understand how you guys are participating, how you see changes, or the recommendations. We really need your viewpoint. It's essential. And, there's so much of a brain trust within your department divisions. It's like, kind of like, I feel like a kid in a candy store. Don't want to, use up your folks' time, unnecessarily. But yeah, that if you can help me figure out the best way to engage and get that information in the best possible manner, that would be terrific.
Sure, absolutely. So, on the kind of appeal study piece, happy to kind of connect you with either myself or others. And then as actual appeals emerge, typically at those monthly meetings I spoke of in the beginning, we would Allison and Jenny would flag those for us. As soon as a statement of questions is issued, we'll review it. And we just have kind of direct communications between our attorneys and the LURB attorneys around whether and how we intend to participate. We appreciate that we're different parties, so we're not colluding, but we have such overlapping interests. We do work very closely together, but happy to go deeper into that with you outside of this meeting.
I'm used to seeing Jen's name for years now. It's nice to see her in person today.
Yes, I've been at the agency for about 14 years. You've been there for about 13. So Jen knows way more about active people than I do, but we've been doing it for a long time. So I'm happy to try to be a resource.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just mention that next week, we're having your civil rights unit to talk to us. So there's that aspect that also relates to our obligations.
Yeah.
So EJ fund, so.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. you, everybody. Now we get into the boring parts of our meeting. We only have, oh, yeah, maybe we can take another 5-minute break.
Good opportunity for everyone else who's going to roll.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back.
Okay, so we have 35 minutes remaining. And we are at studies and reports, process and updates. Let's start with Kirsten.
Sure, so I don't have a lot to report. Some change from last week's status. Today is the last day to submit the survey. So we'll be compiling that information. We're still scheduling the interviews. We're having a weekly check-in meeting with, boards and park staff. Pete Bill was able to sit in last week with his grade and Oliver Pearson as well as Mr. Video. So we've made FPR aware of the new requested extension date of June 30th. And there's an understanding that we'll see what the public comment towards the end of the process looks like. I'm still trying to get the survey in a format that is available to share in terms of like specific questions and content that had been worked out some time ago. Okay, so that's something that we need from NPR.
Any response to the memo?
No response to the memo, so I would say operate as it has been accepted.
Okay. Okay. Any questions for Kirsten?
Keep up the good work.
Okay.
And I'll say too, I don't think we got a response, maybe one response from the last time we asked for an extension, so.
Okay. And Brooke, how about, update for our Board of Appeals?
I'm working on, organizing the stakeholder process. And we will be trying to take a stab at and asking for some collaboration on surveys, which I think is important. I'd like to get that accomplished as quickly as possible. I understand that there is a desire to shorten the deadline of the appeals report. Right now, statute requires it to be provided to the legislature January 15th, 2026. And I understand that there's been a request to try to move that to the November time period. So I'm trying to take the original sort of timelines that I rough sketched out and just kind of condense them a little bit to make sure that I think the legislature would like to have that in advance of, meeting again next January and starting their session so that they can do the kinds of planning that they want to do before they actually start in the beginning of the year. I think it's possible. It's, a matter of just being very organized and it's the stakeholder processes that are going to take the longest, I believe. And I don't want to give it any short shrift, but I do feel like given the number of months that we have and we could do this. I don't think that it's going to be difficult. I'm going to suggest perhaps that we ask for a couple extra weeks from the deadline that they were proposing. Maybe to get it into them, right before Thanksgiving or something like that. Just to give us as much wiggle room as possible since we're sort of now retooling a little bit on which section that we were trying to get into during what time period for the next 9 months. So, we will do our best and certainly understand the desire for the legislature to have that in advance of the 2026 legislative session. So we will dig deep and do the best we can because this is really, really important that we do a good job, an objective analysis, and come out with recommendations that the legislature can really consider and act upon if they so choose.
So Brooke, last time you said that the stakeholder outreach had begun. Are you working on, you said you were working on the list of the stakeholders. Is that something you can share with us at the next week's meeting or?
Yeah, maybe at next week's meeting. Yeah, we had some information all sketched out and Got to say that. I had a beautiful outline. It was really well done. And as I was on the telephone or trying to get onto one of the meetings, I accidentally said, don't say it. But it's, yeah, we just need to really define the time frames. I think is the most important thing. That's, you know, as you suggested, Alex, to move backwards from the due
Sure.
date. Because I want to make sure that we have all of this, but stakeholders for sure. I don't want to share it yet in terms of the list because I have that, a prior spreadsheet that has a whole number of people on it. And what I'm trying to do is take that and we have a lot of other people that we want to add to it, but we need to categorize the folks and try to, to put to understand their input is from a particular viewpoint to make sure, there are minimums that are required in statute about who we need to as stakeholders are required to talk with, but that's only a minimum. And so when it says things like, an engineer, I would like to have a number of engineers who help large developers, small developers, because just to give you an example, when I looked at the list from, the 2 years ago, the Act process, it was very heavily weighted in like large developer, Chittenden County, big engineering firms. And that does not represent all of the applicants that we need to consider to make sure that we understand what an appeal is like, not just for a big developer, but for a small developer. So I want to do a really great job. I want to make sure that we gather the information comprehensively and really identify stakeholders that can really help move this forward. We are going to be sending surveys to lots of people.